Hello, hello. Happy Friday. Sorry I'm late. Going on vacation in 6 hours. Who needs sleep? Exactly. Not sleeping before vacations is an important part of a vacation, in my opinion. Okay. So last time, we were trying to fly, reach orbital speed, and return. And we achieved most of this, but we were having trouble recovering the probe due to what at the time, to me, felt like buggy behavior in the game, where we would splash down, but the parachutes wouldn't cut, and we'd kind of just start sinking. I do still think that some of that behavior is buggy. Like, at the very least, the parachutes should have cut, and I think that's what threw me off. But it is totally possible. And I didn't really think of this because you have to make a very dense object to do that, but it's absolutely possible to make something so dense that it sinks in KSP. And after a little bit of experimentation, I was able to confirm to myself that it is possible to make a return pod that splashes down correctly. Now, off stream, at the end of last time, I had... I managed to load the save game after we crashed. Sorry, end of last stream, for those who didn't see the end of last stream, game crashed on me, and I gave up and called it. But I was able to recover that, and I was able to load back the rocket from the last point that it had saved, and I was able to get the contract complete, and that contract is complete. And I was able to get back the science from it. But that involved flying some stuff manually, because I was trying to work around what I thought was a bug with the return capsule sinking. And you can see here I did grab some updated nodes. I've got the next couple of orbital rocketry tiers queued up, as well as early human electronics. Early human spaceflight electronics. Sorry, not early human electronics. This is great because it gives us better battery tanks, so this will be nice when we get it. But because I ended up flying some of that manually, and now that I understand the sinking unlocks the light bulb, early human electronics, yes. Now that I understand that the sinking is actually due to the pod design and how we were landing it, and that was not a bug, I want to fly this rocket one more time and complete the splashdown as intended, so that my conscience is clear about completing this within the rules I've set for myself about not doing things manually. So we're going to fly it one more time, and we're all going to see it work, and we're going to be super happy. So, I don't have quite enough money to launch this thing. Let's fast forward until we have enough money to launch this thing. And then we'll, let's see. Oh, and that's looking good on our research timeline, although I will, of course, hire more researchers. So we're going to warp to a fund target, 4,000. Yeah, a few days. And then if I go into staff... I'm still not sure if I'm going to end up flying more redstones or not, so I don't want to decommission this complex yet. I should rename Launch Complex 1, because it's a bad name. But anyway, we've got our funds now, so let's go in here and I can show what I figured out I need to do in order to do this return pod, because it's really simple. It turns out the early heat shields are not heat shields in the way we think of heat fields. They are specifically heat sinks. And if we zoom way in here, and I right-click on that, yeah, type heat sink right here. And we don't have better heat shields yet. So, what this means is that this is a big, old, very heavy chunk of metal, is what it is. Very dense chunk of metal to absorb as much of the heat as possible. It's also very heavy. And I knew that. When I was designing my probes, I remember thinking, wow, the early heat sinks are very, very heavy. But more importantly, if we look at this, somewhere in here. Heat sink jettisons staged. This is what I want. I could also do this through the script and like find the part and whatever, but it doesn't matter. So if we jettison the heat shield at the same time we open our parachute, then that will drop a huge amount of our mass. If I look at this, yeah, 0.0, so we're 70 kilograms. How much of that is the heat shield? 11 kilograms, yeah. So the heat shield is a good portion of our return rocket weight, and that is part of the issue here. Now, the other thing that we can do is, because we're going to be jettisoning the heat shield, let's readjust the parachute, and it'll get a lot lighter and cheaper, which is also good. And that should be all that we have to do to get this to work. All the staging is still good. So let's save that tweak and let's fly this thing. The probe isn't that much lighter. Like, the lighter parachute is, of course, a little bit lighter, but most of the mass of the probe is the heat, or the return capsule is the heat sink. So I don't think we're going to see much change in our, like, orbital entry characteristics. But I do expect that we're going to see a... Oh, I time warped. I have no idea if it's daytime out. I didn't check. Oh well. This might be a dark sim, and I'm sorry if so. Oh no, we're okay. But yeah, for like most of the mass of the return capsule is the heat sink, and now that I understand that, it makes sense why it was so flippin' dense. We have the nice auto time warp in the launch scripts now, so I don't even have to hit the plus and minus keys anymore. I can just sit here and sip my tea and watch this rocket fly itself. Alright, so this is pretty much the launch profile that we already have seen a few times. This will get itself up to... Oh, very nice. Very nice. I like the mug. Oh, I should also say I added a new emote for specifically for launching rockets. Let me see if I can. There we go. And that is the same NASA-inspired font that's in the game that I can use for custom text on the side of rockets. So I should probably start writing yeet on the side of all my rockets, but... There you go. Making use of those channel points. Or the piles of ash, I believe is what I called them. Is that right? Yes, piles of ash. Alright, so this is coming out... Yeah, it's a little bit of a higher orbit because the probe is slightly lighter now. Chests full of them, yeah. Ah, Chatterer! I I might uninstall Chatterer. I like Chatterer, like, in real time when we're doing stuff, and, like, it has the beeps and boops and whatever in the background. But that, like, sound that it makes every time it, gains or loses signal is real annoying. Okay. So, we're at this thing, and this is the other thing that I haven't figured out yet. kOS can only perform actions that are available in the part window. So, like, if I open this, I can see I can, like, do things with telemetry analysis or whatever. Something with Kerbalism and Science doesn't update the part action window until I open it. So as soon as I open this, the script will be able to continue and it'll transfer the science. And I don't know how to automate this part yet. But as soon as I right click, now we time warp. All right, we've warped to AP. Can I open the... Oh, that's a good question. Maybe I can force the window open. But I need to look at... I mean, really what I would love is if Kerbalism had good kOS integration so that I can... Like, I also want to be able to query in the future, like, oh, do we have enough... Like, have we used up all of our film on a film camera and things like that? So I'm going to need to spend a little more time playing with Kerbalism and understanding it. Or trying to understand it through kOS. And it might be that we end up having to have a programming stream where I show off my very, very bad C# skills and you know, write some code that bridges Kerbalism, some Kerbalism and kOS stuff, so I can write the programs that I want to write. You know, I understand the point of what kOS is doing. You know, they are treating basically the PAW, that's the part action window, this pop-up, as like the interface to the other mods, right? And that's a totally reasonable way to do it. If a mod doesn't integrate with kOS, use the existing APIs. It's all Java anyways, yes. Microsoft Java, indeed. That joke is older than some of my viewers. Okay, apparently I didn't put a time warp in this section. We're just drifting. I don't know when this will actually do its burn. What does the code say? The code says that this waits until ETA apoapsis is 2. Okay. Oh yeah, it's gonna wait all the way down. I should have put a time warp in here, but I was having issues where it would overshoot and things like that due to how the, like, time warp easing works. So I put some buffer in at this point. There we go. Whoa! What? Well, I'm glad I simmed it. The lighter parachute is light enough that our retro rockets went to 103 G. I'm glad I simmed it. Okay. Because the new lighter parachute. That's hilarious. Okay. That's fine. We'll use 2 instead of 3. I accept that. Oh yeah, look at our retro Delta V now at 772. That's hugely high. Okay. And a 66 TWR? Yeah, that's a little hot. Alright, so we'll just do 2 of these. instead of 3. And then let's see if we can get away with pulling a little bit of mass of fuel out of this GCRC so we're not putting ourselves into quite as high of an orbit. Now that the return probe is a little lighter and we're using smaller return engines. All right. And the other thing I'm going to do... Oh, whoops. I'm not properly capturing the tool capture window. Let's do that. Windows... Intelligent. Okay. So we wait until we lock steering to ship retrograde. We'll wait like 3 seconds. Actually, we don't even have to. Let's do set warp mode to physics. Set warp to 3. Wait until ETA apoapsis is less than 10. And we can probably do 5 because we're just in physics warp. Okay. That should physics warp once it aligns itself. I need to break some of this stuff out into functions because I have all of these like warp to, wait until Cooniverse time warp is like there's all of this like stuff that I have to do every time I want to like properly fast forward. So I should break that out into a function at some point, but that point is not right now. All right, let's resim this. Man, I don't think I've ever hit 100G before. That's hilarious. Yeet. Yep. I need to figure out. I should get the yeet sound into my soundboard. I have a soundboard. I never use it. But I do have a soundboard. I should be using the sad trombone sound more often when my rockets fail. But if I get the yeet sound on the soundboard, then we can play that when we launch rockets, and that would be mildly amusing for at least one attempt at doing it, and then it would get really old really fast. Oh, and let me mute Chatterer again, because we're gonna have a hard time. There we go. 200 by almost 300. That's a lovely orbit. And this does meet the requirements for the contract. We can't see the contract again because it is done, but Oh, right. I need to open this so it transfers the data. And then it'll time warp to AP. Which unfortunately in this case is behind the planet. Or on the dark side of the planet. That was weird. It didn't warp correctly. As long as it still fires the retro engine, I don't really care, but... Alright, 6 more seconds. There we go, yeah, and that's plenty negative, I think, at negative 1600. Oh, and I didn't put a physics warp in at this point at all. Alright, back in the atmosphere. I never did figure out where this is that we keep coming in over. Oh, I just found it. We are passing Papua New Guinea, which means that we're currently coming in towards... Yeah, so we're passing over some of the islands. Okay, yep, I found where we are. All right, and we made it through re-entry just fine. So hopefully... at what altitude? 35 kilometers. It'll ditch the heat shield and arm the parachute, is what we should see, assuming the script is happy. There we go. And now we can just time warp through the rest of the descent as we drift through the atmosphere. I could probably drop the heat shield later. I don't know how much keeping us heavier would help with, like, breaking through wind resistance and changing our terminal velocity. Probably not a ton. Because we are kind of just, like, floating, right? We're under 100 meters a second right now. As we get into the thicker atmosphere, our terminal velocity is low. But I think this is going to be successful. I just want to see the chutes open, and I want to see our actual splashdown, and then we will fly it for real. Oh, that is a very slow... Oh, right, because I was playing with the touchdown speed trying to avoid the sinking issue because it felt like a glitch. I forgot I had set that so low. So yeah, we're going to want to adjust the parachute just a touch, which means we have to refly it. Okay. Let's go back to the VAB and let's fix the parachute and let's sim it one more time. Because it's going to make it heavier, which is going to change our orbital insertion delta V. And that's going to change whether or not we can get away with a slightly underfueled GCRC. It's all connected. Alright. We want our touchdown speed to be 9 meters a second. Oh, this will actually be a lighter parachute, even. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's resim this. It should drift downwards slightly better now. And it should be more aerodynamically stable, too, on re-entry, although it seems like the capsule's working pretty well in that regard. But the, what am I trying to say? The lighter parachute means that it'll be a lower center of mass overall, which will keep the capsule more aerodynamically stable as it enters. All right, this is looking good. And this orbital burn seems to be working really well, because we end up burning out the second stage, like, pretty close to apogee. Yeah, we only need to skip, like, 30 seconds, which is good. That means that we're not drastically, overlofting or anything. All right. 200 by 400 orbit, 430. Okay. I forgot to turn off Chatterer. Okay. Time warp complete. Oh, right. And I have to do that. And this should... point itself retrograde. And then not time warp. So I'm not sure what's up with that. The time warp API is weird. Oh, there it goes. Why did that? Oh, I know why it did that. We'll look at the code in a second, and I'll explain it. All right, and that looks like a fine re-entry. Gonna start tumbling downwards here. Yeah. Don't love how long this re-entry is taking, but I think we're okay. The steeper you can get your re-entry, the better with these early heat shields. Because they're heat sinks, they're non-ablative, you want to minimize the total heating, even if that means higher instantaneous heat flux, and you minimize the total heating with a steeper re-entry. But it looks like this is a good enough steepness. We're coming in just fine. And then, yeah, this should... still going to be kind of a slow... Oh, look, we ended up over Papua New Guinea this time. All right. If we... I'm gonna open up a map and I'm gonna have it ready in my other window so you guys can see where we're landing. I finally figured it out. Because you can, oh, it's kind of going off the curvature of the Earth, but you can just barely see there's a little peninsula over there, and we're coming down over the main body of the island. So, let's see that these parachutes are going to do the right thing, and I think they are. There we go, 9.1 meters a second, 9.2, beautiful. That'll be a clean landing. So over here, two things. One, this warp to time seconds plus ETA apoapsis minus 2 minutes. The time warp is just not that precise, and we end up at more than 2 minutes away. Then this will wait until 2 minutes before it does any of this stuff. So that's what happened here, is it just didn't... It just had to wait until we were at 120 seconds to AP. And I don't think there's any way I can do that with Warp 2 that's more precise. I think also potentially my AP drifts a little bit over time through the orbit, right? Because of how Principia models it. And here I'm giving a specific time. So like our AP is going to be plus or minus. Our actual AP by the time we hit AP could have drifted a little bit, which is why I have this like 2-minute buffer, because that's what I found last stream that I needed. So that's what's going on there. As for our landing, we are coming in. We are at a, whatever our inclination is, 30 degrees. So we're coming in like this way. So we should have actually passed over Australia. It was probably too dark to see it. But I'm pretty sure that this is the other little like thumb peninsula that we've seen as we're flying over a couple of times, coming out towards the Solomon Islands, like kind of in this direction. So we would have come in, I don't know, somewhere around here is where we just landed. All right, that's our round of GeoGuessr for today. That is a successful landing. It was a land landing, not a water splashdown, so I can't actually confirm that we fixed the probe, which is funny. But because of the orbital perturbations will be a little bit different when we actually fly it, we might or might not splash down in the actual flight. So, all right, we can launch this thing now. And did that actually in queue? Launch. There it goes. And then we've got... We'll have to work on our next mission as soon as we fly that. We should be able to do film return relatively easily. We have this this one dedicated Earth imaging satellite. In the real world, these were Thor-Agenas in the US. I have no idea if the USSR's equivalent of Corona/Keyhole was. I should probably learn about that at some point. This cosmic ray science beyond LEO, I think we should be able to do just by uprating our Thor Able. We have the 1958 spec versions of these engines, so we should try to get this one going. Gravimetric satellite, this needs a pretty clean orbit at this like 1 megameter target, high inclination. So we'll want to look at this as well as trying to do like an orbital insertion with Able instead of with Thor for sure. Yeah, this was done on a Thor Able Star, which I think is 59 or 60 tech. Infrared radiometry, this also has some AP and PE eccentricity requirements. 0.005 eccentricity here. Gravimetric is 0.003, so these are fairly targeted. We were able to achieve eccentricities that low with our Thor-Agena in the first attempt, and I think we should be able to do it with a Thor Able. Yeah. And then as far as the lunar contracts, we've got Lunar Flyby and Lunar Impactor that we're going to have to figure out how to do. That's going to mean figuring out how to, like, launch into the same ascending node as the moon's orbit. That's going to mean figuring out when we need to burn to intersect the moon. So it'll be fun, interesting stuff. for sure. But a challenge, absolutely. And then what we want to really do is aim for Impactor, and then if we miss, we still get Lunar Flyby. So we'll need to start working on the code for this. That might not be a today thing. That might be a next week's stream thing. We will see how I'm feeling. But for now, well, we need to fly the current thing, and then we can start seeing which of these we can hit with the tech we've got now. And as we get into the upgraded orbital rocketry nodes and things like that, we'll be able to keep uprating our Thor Able, and we'll pretty quickly be able to hit all of these. Getting the science from that biological capsule return was huge, right? Like, this is this is a bunch of tech that I wasn't able to really grab in the previous attempt, so I have no concerns about us being able to hit all of these targets from a tech perspective. It's just a matter of, like, is my gameplay good enough and is my programming good enough? And that's where I want to be as far as the game goes. Our reputation is not as great as it could be, so I do want to start flying some of these other satellites sooner than later. Like, this one gives us a huge reputation bump. Infrared, yeah, most of these are smaller. But getting this dedicated Earth imaging satellite is a big one, so we want to get this done. And I do believe we have the technology for this one. So, but at any rate, let's do this. Let's fly this repeat biosatellite return, just so my conscience can be clean about having kind of cheated it last time, and then we'll all right, mission control is done. And then the biosatellite. All right, I think we can just launch this. I wonder if it would make sense to not even bother with that pitch down maneuver during the Thor stage and to just let it keep overlofting a little bit, basically stay on the gravity turn, and then have the Able, you know, do its correction burn, pitching down a little bit harder. And that's an orbit. Camera's always got to do its weird little thing when you hit orbit. Yeah, I don't know how to... I don't really know how to show advanced options. More chatter and beep options are displayed. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to make chatter do what I want. Yeah, so this is going to wait until it hits this 2-minute point because of the orbital perturbations. And then it'll fast forward. There we go. And it's just using time physics warp here because we want to be fairly precise with when we are able to fire our retro. So we want to be right at AP because it's practically instantaneous, right? So... And there we go. And then we can just time warp in. We are once again coming into... I still think this is Papua New Guinea. Yeah, this is the very tip of Australia that we're flying over towards Papua New Guinea. Yeah. Okay. I know exactly where we are. Well, I don't know how well that comes across on stream. I bumped up the ambient a little bit yesterday or Wednesday. I might push it up a little more. I don't like the really bright ambient. I don't think it looks good. But I know it's hard to see what I'm doing when we're coming in at night like this. And when we start trying to do lunar missions, I'm trying to see if I can see the moon tonight. We might not be able to see the moon. When we start trying to do lunar missions, we're going to find that we don't necessarily have control over when we launch, right? We have to launch into the right land, and we have to match the moon's orbit. So until we are... yeah, which means we're going to have to just accept the launch time is whatever it will be. We might end up over actually in the water this time, so I'm glad I still lightened the probe instead of hoping that we could hit land. And hopefully this will demonstrate what I was trying to say at the start of the stream, which is the the way that we were sinking was due to having way too much mass from the heatsink on us. Oh. I think I just heard the air conditioner turn on and my window is open. That's a bad combination of things. I'm going to step away while this drifts towards the ground, and I'm going to adjust that. And look at that. It actually floats because it's not carrying around 50 kilograms of whatever the heck they made heat sinks out of back in the day. All right, that's enough soundboard for me. Okay, I'm happy with that. We have actually recovered it this time for real. All right. Yeah, okay, we only got 0.2 science for that recovery, so I was worried that I might have to cheat away extra science if I got it from the recovery, but I don't think we did. With 11 science, can I grab any of the things that I want to grab? Flight control is one of the ones that I'd like to add to the queue. And better solar, actually, let's grab better solar. We'll need that eventually. Actually, I changed my mind. Let's do digital comms. Because we want to keep improving our tracking station tech. And we do have to get it up to a certain point for early lunar. Oh, we've already hit the requirement for early lunar. Okay. Okay. So let's figure out our next flights. So I had previously been looking at this cosmic ray satellite beyond LEO, and we couldn't quite hit it. So let's take a look at that with the do I have a high orbit cosmic I just saw. So we're gonna want to. This has some other science on it too, I think, right? I put a bunch of stuff in here. Configure experiments. We have a couple. Okay, the early TV camera and the radiation detector. And then we're gonna want to go for... we're gonna need to stretch these tanks. We're gonna upgrade our engines. So we're gonna go through all that, and we're gonna get all this to, like, the operational Thor Able spec. And this is kind of like all prototype versions of the engines. And with that operational spec, we should be able to hopefully hit this this target. We've also got better comms that I should be able to put in here. Okay, this is already set to tech level 1, so that's already done as best as it can be. So yeah, we're gonna take a quick ad break because Twitch is telling me that it's time to do that. And then we'll go ahead and we'll get this uprated, and we'll see if we can hit that high orbit cosmic ray science. Welcome back. Okay. I was just kind of looking through the tech tree while I was waiting for the ad to finish. 1967 is when we get the first F1, by the way, and we get the shuttle main engine in 81 to 85, and it looks like the shuttle boosters as well. I'm not sure what the difference between these two is supposed to be. One is lighter. Stock, RO config, restock plus. Okay. So these are just two different versions of the of the graphic, I guess. But I'm not sure why one is lighter than the other. That seems like it should not be the case. Because, yeah, they have the same rate of burn time, the same everything. They should be the same mass. That might be a bug. Okay, so I did grab this Cosmic Ray Satellite Beyond LEO contract. So let's just start by uprating Thor Able, and we will see if that is enough to just give this thing the extra oomph it needs. So here we've got the S3D configuration. Oh, which is slightly cheaper to fly even. Oh boy. Rated burn time of 182 seconds. All right. Let's... Well, tanks. Bill S3D. Let's take off these things for now. There we go. All right. Oh, the nice round number is too hard to pass up. We'll do 12 meters. And then we open this. We can do the same uprating on this engine from the AJ1037 to the AJ1042. Which gives us a rated burn time of 150 instead of 115. And that will be huge. Cool. Exactly 4 meters. So this should get us, in general, a much better insertion. Those guys right where they belong there. And fix up our staging. Okay. As far as the script for this goes, we can get rid of this. High altitude cosmic. Cool. Yeah, this is a very, very simple script. So I think we're all set there. I guess the only question is, given that I'm pretty sure Thor is going to make it to our target AP, do we wait to do Able until later so that we're flying Able closer to apoapsis and getting better energy transfer? Because we can definitely do that, and we can change the script to do that. why are we burning so far north? This should be burning east. Oh, you know what? I bet we didn't even have control at the start, did we? I'm an idiot. I forgot to check the avionics on this when I uprated everything. So let's do that first. Yeah, we're up to 67 tons, and this is only rated for like 65. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna have to make it a little bit bigger, which I hate. And then we grab this fairing off. The next part is how much? 2.944. I think this one's rated for 3. It's not, but I have a version that is, I think, already tooled. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. 700 meters, 3. I think 100 EC is fine. Yeah. And I think that's already tooled if I check RP-1. Oh, I also apparently already tooled this avionics in this form factor. Cool. Excellent. So it's just this fairing that hasn't been tooled. I was saying last time that I should think about tooling some maybe oh, no, here we go. There's our avionics and our second procedural tank that's not tooled. I'm just an idiot. It was disconnected. So yeah, that looks fine. Let's save this. Yeah, PE above 200 kilometers, AP above 36 megameters, which is going to be the tough one. And then craft must have electric charge for 45 days. That's fine. We'll still have 45 days of... It's a solar probe. That won't be a problem. We're still going very north, which I don't understand. Is this set to the wrong script? Am I editing my, like, high-altitude cosmic script, and this is just programmed with a different one, because I'm an idiot? Yes, this is the sun synchronous script. Okay. Well, there's your problem. Okay. Let's try this one more time. Once more with feeling. Let's... And now that this is the operational Thor Able instead of a prototype, I do want to do some work on coloring it. I've been avoiding... I was starting to get lazy with my rocket design, and we should not be lazy with our rocket design. Let's see, recoloring GUI. Because, yeah, I've been using this, you know, Delta Blue as kind of my key color, right? Let's see. Store pattern. Load pattern. There we go. Let's actually swap the mount colors. There we go. I don't hate that. Maybe it's too much with all the same color. Maybe I should do caster in like a contrast. Like the red boosters on the... on the bluish green, greenish blue. And then this, let's see, shape, avionics, science, sides, there we go. Not that I think most of these are... Oh, there we go. And fairing, and then the tank here. I think there actually is a specific able. There it is. If we make that pink, white with the blue stripe. I like that. And then that comes up to this thing, which I'm just going to do flat blue. And then the avionics bay here, which I'll do flat white. There we go. There she is. Painted up in my standard colors. And the other thing I need to do, of course, if I can find, it's under structural, right? Yeah. We, of course, have to choose nacellization. The fill color is, I always forget the hex code. NASA red hex code. D92906. Increase that scale to about there. There we go. And then, what else have we got? What else do I want to do on this? I could do some decals. There are options. I always forget which decals have, like, the different things, and then obviously the flag decal, we can use all of the ones from, I could probably import, like, there we go. I could probably import, like, a bunch of actual manufacturers if I so desired. But I don't know. I like the Maxo construction toys on the boosters. That's funny. That's cute. Keep that. Oop. Somehow I ended up with 2 of these hazard diamonds. I think that is looking good. That is a full-scale door-able. Should be no problems. Okay, let's try again to sim this. And we'll see if, now that it's running the right mission code, we should be able to... we'll see if we can hit that 36 megameters with this configuration. We might have to change our kick stage. We might have to burn Able a little bit sooner. There's options. Or sorry, a little bit later, rather, not sooner. And then I do need to go through and delete some of these probes that aren't doing anything anymore because our time warps are getting real janky, and that is because we are regularly waiting for It's a gimbal, doesn't it? I should probably turn RCS off during this phase of the run so we're not going through all the RCS fuel there. I mean, it's fine. That's what it's there for, I guess, but... This might technically be in orbit by the time, Yes, it is, and this script doesn't know how to handle that. Oops. Okay, let's not do this. Let's go to the code. Because here, because we're in orbit, it will... I think if I just put periapsis here, like... This'll work, but this Able script is gonna do weird stuff as it gets towards... because of how we calculate our pitch, as soon as our PE starts pushing out past our AP, which makes the PE the new AP, it will start doing weirdness. So I think we're going to have to work on what we want to do with that. And like, I think we want it to be like, what if we do this? If ETA is less than apoapsis, let's do local altitude is ship orbit apoapsis. If the periapsis is closer, set alt to... actually, I should use the... this is a perfect time to use a ternary, isn't it? Yeah. Local altitude is... if the periapsis... Okay. So... and then here, we use alt. So what we should see is that as we push our orbit is going to circularize, our PE is going to zoop out the other side, and we're going to be trying still to be slightly radial in, because we're still going to want to be trying to, well, effectively pull down our now periapsis in favor of the apoapsis. I think this should work, basically. And then if we wanted to circularize using this stage, we would obviously have this abort when it gets to, you know, well, as soon as the periapsis is higher than the, or sorry, as soon as our periapsis is within a certain threshold of the apoapsis, and then we would switch to like RCS to fine-tune the orbit, just like we had in our older scripts. So I think that'll work there. And then here we want to wait for our periapsis instead of our apoapsis. And then fire the probe. So let's try this again. And let's see if it does what I want it to do now. Obviously not. This is my favorite thing that I can do with these. It's too bad it doesn't work right in symmetry, but let's grab our core, open terminal. Not allowed to set a name. Oh my god, alt is a built-in. Okay. That's fine. I'm just going to rename that variable. I'm not even going to flip you guys over to the, flip you over to the other screen. You don't need to see that. Okay. Renamed the variable. I could probably turn on clobber built-ins. Shrug emoji. Because a lot of those built-ins are like... they're available from other things. They're synonyms, and a lot of those synonyms I'm just not going to use. I wish, honestly, there was a mode that I could put this in that would be like a quote-unquote strict mode that would disable a bunch of those existing synonyms for things that have preferred structural ways of getting them. Um, hmm. Oh, yep, that's a bug. I figured out what I did there. Why is this not... Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button, that's why. Sorry. So, orbit altitude is ship orbit periapsis if the periapsis is closer. Otherwise, it is the time to apoapsis? I don't think so. So that's what we want. So it thought our altitude was like 100 and something, which is obviously incorrect. That's why it's trying so hard to burn up. Okay. So, all right, we'll see in just a moment if this, and then it's going to pitch way down and kind of bring itself back up slowly. And then this is going to pitch itself, yeah, way down again. It's going to try to get itself down to that 210 AP, pushing up its PE as much as it can in the process. And what we should see is that this basically never changes. We should see the AP, like, swing around, and our heading should be pretty stable. And then it starts time warping. Well, okay. Did we burn out from... No. And we're warping to... Oh. This time we were past our PE. Okay. I think... It doesn't matter. Let's go back to the code. We don't care about the able stage. I think we just get rid of all of this warp 2 stuff. We turn the RCS on, and we just stage. We just yeet it. We're going to be either close to our AP or close to our PE. Nobody knows. It doesn't matter. We don't need to try to be efficient, honestly. Going around again is silly. We don't have the battery to go around again in the able is really the issue, right? We need to stage pretty much here and now. So let's do that. Revert to launch. So we'll just get rid of all the weights. We'll just lock prograde and go. I have never seen that happen before. The Kraken enjoyed that one. Okay. The boosters just slapped into the engine there. I might have to kick up the ejection force on this. There we go. There we go. I want to see what this does as this orbit kind of comes around. I've slowed down the time warp that the script put us in. Okay, we didn't have to slow it down that much. And we flip. And this just totally flipped itself radial in. Hard. It flipped itself hard radial in. I don't like that. So it also absolutely didn't... Oh, because I don't have a wait until stable. So that's part of the high altitude cosmic here. Wait until steering locked. So I need this here, of course. But then we also need to figure out what's going on with Able. Because it's trying to hit its target orbit, right? And that's... And then... what do we need here? I'm surprised this doesn't work. But I don't know why it doesn't work. Maybe I do know why it doesn't work. Because what happens is our apoapsis gets pushed way out, and our AP can be on the other side of the planet, but our PE is still behind us. That's what's going wrong. So it still wants to pull down the AP. So I need a way to say, like, when do we... How about we do if the PE is greater than the target altitude? Yeah, maybe this will work. It'll work for this flight program, at least. I don't know if it'll work in general, and I don't know if it's what I want in general. But what this should say, basically, is, like, we push out our PE, eventually our PE gets close enough to our target altitude that we start wanting to use our PE as sort of our measurement of how over or under lofted we are. But, like, I think it's just that because we've reached this point where we're still overlofted and we've pushed up our apoapsis to the other side of the planet and we're sitting at PE, like, it just wants to burn radial in. It's like, I need to bring down this altitude, and it's not wrong. And I could try to fix that by setting a different target altitude in, like, this whole program so that we're not hitting this degenerate case where we... Yeah, here we go. We're pushing out the apoapsis, and if we look, there we go. It loops around, and we are pointed totally radial in at that point. Okay, and this kick stage still doesn't have enough oomph. Oh, actually, does it? What do we need? No, 36 megameters. Okay. So that's not going to happen with this stage. I think the Able is doing fine as far as what it needs to do for this. We just need more oomph in the... kick. Or a different, you know... think I need to do something. What is the syntax for comparison? Of course. If ship thrust is not 0 at this point, then lock steering 2. Right? Is that what I do here? Yeah. This should be a weight 0, so it doesn't constantly loop. It doesn't matter, but we're running this many times in each frame, and that's silly. Okay. So what this says, basically, is as soon as our PE is above whatever, just lock prograde and go. That's like, you've raised it enough, just burn. I actually think this is maybe what we want. We don't necessarily care about our prograde at this point. Yeah, let's just do prograde. It doesn't matter. Prograde could be slightly... What am I trying to say? If we're not at AP or PE, prograde can be weird, especially if we're trying to make ourselves effectively the PE. But doesn't matter. I think prograde is good enough. Because we're going to be pretty close to circular when periapsis crosses our target altitude line, or we should be. Yeah, let's try this. I think this will do more of what we actually want it to do. I hope. And then here, we just need to get our upper stage sorted so that it has enough delta V to actually do what we need it to do. Apparently the 2,000 meters a second of delta V that this GCRC has is not enough. There's always caster. That's the same as our boosters, but this is the vacuum configuration. Or we can switch to the vacuum configuration when we have it unlocked. There is, of course, the baby sergeant cluster. Ooh. Yeah, that's a question. 2234. Ooh. These collectively are 2728, and I haven't even put the top one on yet. I wanted to put the top one on. Let's see. $1409 plus 15 something. So that's, oh, here we go. 2894 versus 2234. Okay. That is significant. An extra 600 meters a second. And of course, everything is broken. Okay, nope, not totally broken. So our total is 11,732, whereas with the GCRC, what were we at? $11,575. Okay, it doesn't actually add that much. It gives a lot more kick to this stage, but it's heavier, so we're losing delta V at the start. What are our other options here? We don't really have good ones. I mean, again, there's Castor. If I were crazy. This all needs to be, well, you would go away in that configuration, almost certainly. Okay. So at the very top, we ditch that. Below that, we would have caster. Oh, I need a ring decoupler in there. I don't have one. With its decoupler, we have engine, launch, drop, then fairings. Then we get that going, then we'd fire that. Yeah, this is less delta V. This is stupid. I knew it would be, but sometimes it's good to check. It's always good to verify your assumptions. Don't have Altair yet. Got the Sparrow. No, that's nothing. You know, I'm solidly in the I just have to make my upper stage lighter world, I think, is unfortunately the answer here. Which stinks. This loves to keep losing where I want fairings, doesn't it? Okay. Let's see what we can do about making this upper stage lighter then. That's going to be the biggest thing we can do. It has the minimum science that it needs, right? Cosmic ray science and video imaging. So there's nothing else I can do about that. Power-wise, we are... I mean, we could make these things a little bit smaller, but we've only got about an hour of time on battery when the solar's not out, so like I do want to keep the solar and besides I don't think that adds that much, just bringing the solars down. Not really. If we wait for the next avionics tech, also almost nothing. And most of our power usage is from most of our power usage is from the sensors, not from the avionics or the comms. And we need that power. So that's not, unfortunately, useful to us. If we wait until we get battery 2 tanks... gives us a couple hundred meters a second more. We just might need to wait for better tech. Like, what's coming up in our combined? So 59 orbital rocketry, and then the 59 solids. Okay, 59 solids will give us Altair to replace the GCRC. Which I don't remember if that's, like, if it's better for this use case or not. I guess we can find out, though. 11815 versus... yeah, 12335. Okay, Altair is a huge upgrade here. And then 59 orbital rocketry will also have... I mean, we'll have the upgraded castors at that point. So we'll make these castor sea levels. Will we have a better LR-79 at 59 orbital rock, 59 to 60? Yes. This has a lower rated burn time at 766.3 versus 783. Let me do some calculations here. 766.3 times $182. That's 140,000 whatevers. 4 seconds. Versus... $130. Okay. So it does generate less overall power. But how much propellant does it use? A lot more. Yeah, I'm not sure the NA9 is actually a better configuration. At least not for our purposes. Able, I think, will be a straight upgrade, though, with the 1959 orbital rocketry node. Alright, it's ad break time. I'll be back in just a few minutes when the ad is over, and then we, I think we're gonna have to pick a different mission to try to do, because I'm not sure we're gonna get this one to work. But I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Hello, hello. I had a thought, but I don't think it's a good thought, unfortunately. One, let's get this thing back to, like, stuff that I actually have unlocked. So 12230. Whoops. So with 6 of these, 12138. We don't have to use a hex core, though. Like, we can use other things. Why is this so much lighter? Telemetry analysis, cosmic ray science, the antenna's the same. Does it have to do with just the shape of this and how that affects the battery tank? Question mark? I don't know. But we now have 12808 meters a second, which is better. It's several hundred meters a second more. I also want to set our target altitude a little bit higher for the next sim, because I want to see if this works better. So let's check this. Okay, but this doesn't think it produces anywhere near enough electricity with just 4 of these that are this small. There we go. This is positive now. Probably not positive enough. Okay, let's try that. Maybe that's good enough. Double check our staging, which looks good. Yeah, and we're down to like 12700. If this doesn't work on this sim, then we're gonna go do another rocket because we have other rockets to do. We can always do, because we've made a return capsule, we know we can do return stuff, so I think we probably do want to try to fly like a Keyhole/Corona satellite very soon. And that one should be pretty straightforward to build. Yeah, so this is gonna end up in more of like a 250 kilometer. Oh, we bonked. What did I do? Undefined variable orbit. Oh, yep. That was my bad. When I changed this code to do this new, like, burn through as your periapsis rises, I forgot that we need this now to be the apoapsis again. Here. So let's refly that and let's see where we get. But I still don't think I have quite enough delta V for this orbit. Let's see. Hopefully that's all that we needed. Interesting that we are not fast forwarding. Something messed up with the script there. I wasn't paying attention. So we are... I'm just gonna speed this up myself, since the auto time warp broke somehow. Probably something to do with the revert. Yeah, I should still probably turn RCS off during this phase. That's kind of silly. It seems like it's just the roll that it's a little wibbly-wobbly, which is weird. Probably something to do with how the heading is calculated, like floating point imprecision and all the axis angle stuff. Okay, so this time we basically reached AP, but our altitude wasn't or ETA. Okay, so what this says now, we've either burned out or we've pushed up our PE high enough that we just want to keep burning forward because we're burning out this stage, we're not circularizing. Or we've passed AP and there's nothing more we can do to push our AP up or down or change it at all. If any of these things happen, we just lock prograde. But honestly, I don't really like that. I mean, what if I make this like a 300,000 target altitude? Like, let's go crazy with it. Because I want to see what happens if it's, I mean, if it's still trying to push up its orbit, then what it's going to end up doing is we're going to get to, like, nearly vertical at AP. Yeah. So this is gonna... This pushed AP too high still, so this is gonna try to pull it back down. Kind of stabilize. You know, I wonder if we could fix all of this with a dumber program. If Thor just flew its gravity turn the whole time, and then Abel just, like, burns horizontally, what does that look like? So let's do that. Let's write a stupider program. So first things first, I think all of this target AP mode stuff is bad. I mean, if we just keep our steering locked to this, and then here, we're just going to comment out this whole area. Maybe. There we go. Then here, we're going to have a wait until thrust equals 0. Okay. So this makes the Thor dumber, which is fine. And then here, if we go to our high-altitude cosmic, instead of doing this, Able launch, or actually, I'll put it in the Able script because it needs some Able-specific stuff, but we'll give it a new function. We'll call it burn. I don't know why, but that's what I'm calling it. All right. And we don't care about altitude anymore. We just take our heading. So we need to do this part. I'm going to make this a function. Local function ignite. And that's going to be this. And then, oh, here we just need to lock steering to heading of horizontal. Just burn horizontal. Yeah. So this is like the stupidest program that I can run for Able. You just get up there and you burn horizontal, and that's it. And then you fire the other stage when we get to the end of that. So we ignite. Wait 1. Set warp mode to physics. There we go. That's all the cleanup stuff at the end. It's actually the same in both of them, but that's fine. We don't have to do RCS off, because we do RCS off at Ignite. All right. And if we go to high altitude then, we'll just do able burn with our heading for our inclination. Let's see what that does. We're getting rid of anything smart, is what we're doing. It's purely a gravity turn. We can tweak our gravity turn if we really want to tweak the... to tweak our orbital altitude, but like for this contract, we don't really care, right? And that's part of the... part of the joys of some of these simpler launches. We can do simple things. Yeah, pushing out our AP, it's looking good. Ditch the fairings. They're dead weight anyway. So how high is our AP going to end up? Almost 600. Okay. And then that, yeah, leaves behind its stage, starts burning horizontal. That's still going to increase our AP slightly, which is fine, as it kind of swings around the planet. Because horizontal is like slightly radial in here, right? So it pushes our AP forward as well as raising it. So we're swinging the whole orbit around where we are. And you'll see that our PE will eventually swing around and kind of end up, well... Our PE will swing around and end up where we are eventually. It may not in this burn, but... All right. Well. That's too much AP, not enough PE. That's what too much apoapsis does. Okay. So let's first of all, in the able script, we don't want to lock the steering here to single heading. We want to lock it to a function of our heading. No, this is locked to a function of the heading. That's fine. And then I think what we might want to do is instead of... I mean, what if we just keep burning in the same direction? Right? Because here we pitched up a little bit to be prograde, but I don't think that's what we want. I think we need to keep swinging around and pushing up our PE a little higher. So I think this will do more of the profile that I wanted to see. We'll find out. Alright, so yeah, apoapsis being pushed forward. Maybe I uncomment the part of the Thor script that kind of forces it to try to hit a better target altitude, so we're not overlofting quite as much. I don't know if it matters, really, because we're going to be trying to push the AP forward no matter what, right? And that's the... But maybe if we could push it forward a little more with the Thor stage and boost the PE a little more, we'd be in a better place. I'm not really sure. Alright, and then this burns out. Why is the script broken? Oh, I know why we're broken. Because we're never steering locked. Because we're locked to a moving... Oh, nope, there it goes. Okay, so this time... it should be pushing the PE up a lot higher. There we go. Not as much the AP until the PE swings around. All right. We're still escaping. We're hitting... Okay. So this thing has plenty of flipped delta V. Is one of the things that I'm learning. And all of my attempts to be smarter with my launch scripts are just objectively worse. Lovely. But this does mean we can make this thing heavier. So, let's toggle this open. Oh, it's funny it's not bulbous anymore. So I think one thing, I do want to make the solar panels just a touch bigger. Just so we have a little more breathing room on power. Yeah. We should be in the sun more than half the time, but still, it makes me happy to have a little more breathing room there. And then... what is our comms configured for? Let's open that and make sure that we... DSN tracking station up to like 40 megabiters. Okay, yeah, we have plenty of Doesn't even have to be that high. There we go. 30. And then the other thing I need to find is, since I have a little more mass available, or I have some overperformance, I can add another experiment to this thing. Rather than lower the performance of our... Oh, this has the Altair on it. No wonder we overperformed so dramatically. Oops. Well, okay. Let's go back to the GCRC, and before I add any more experiments, let's sim this thing with the right solid. Because the 58, yeah, the 58, we're gonna lose a couple hundred meters a second at delta V here. See, hey, I can look at this. Okay. So yeah, we'll get basic avionics and probes. Okay, so we don't get the Altair. Well, I could pull the Altair up if I wanted to, but I want basic avionics and probes because it'll give me hibernation. The deep space avionics that can hibernate. We're going to want to start using that for a lot of our satellites. So I do want that, like, early. And then everything else is... what am I trying to say? Yeah, I could pull the solids ahead of the liquids, I guess, if I wanted to get the Altair sooner, but... Alright, if we look at this now, I mean, it's the same basic thing, right? We're swinging the orbit around, we're bringing our PE up, and then as our PE gets to about where we are, our AP is going to get pushed more and more and more forward. Oh, and look at that, even with the GCRC instead of the Altair. Beautiful. We got really close to a lunar encounter there, I think. That's funny. Okay. So this works, and we have plenty of capacity to throw a couple more experiments on. So everything I was trying to do to make this a more efficient launch by, like, dialing in our PE and stuff was objectively worse. And that is... frustrating, but it is what it is. And then if I was to skip this ahead a few orbits, how are we doing on electric charge on this thing? Perpetual, excellent. So I'm going to time warp this pretty fast, just letting folks know, because I know the flashing stinks. Because we need to go... 30 days. All right, we transmitted the video science. Was that the moon? Yeah, we were dangerously close to the moon there. All right, we got signal. We have transmitted the video imaging, but not the cosmic ray science. And it probably has the data, it just needs to send it. Yes. I could probably put... Well, if we put... Thanks. If we put more science on here, then we will end up closer to Earth, which means we won't need to dedicate as much power to comms. And also... Where are we bonking? Oh, it's trying to, like, rerun the boot script. Oh, we have no power. Yeah. And as we drift more towards the sun, we might get enough power, we might not. Okay, no. So I need to work on our power budget. And then we'll see what we can do about anything else. So I think I need to make sure, one, I need to turn on transmission. And two, I need to make sure probably that, like, just a single solar panel is enough. Just due to how we tumble, and I don't think that it's calculating that correctly. So first, transmission time, 100%. Yeah, okay. So there's our problem. Is we don't have enough power. And presumably... Okay, so this is only calculating the one that's facing. Okay, that's good. But this needs to be, like... Alright, that's probably fine. And then we grab fine adjust. Slide these down. There we go. Cool. So let's resim this, because these are significantly larger solar panels, and that's gonna cause potentially some issues for our Delta V budget. So before I add any more experiments, which is gonna be more power and even more solar panels, I do just want to see this thing, make sure that we're still within our Delta V budget for this launch. Okay. So we're still coming in at about that 600 kilometer AP as we enter this phase. But again, we're not trying to target a specific orbit. We are trying to target a... just a high enough, and basically anywhere along here is high enough, right? We're doing fine. We are drifting slightly higher than we necessarily would need to. I am unclear about what just happened there. Where am I? Yeah, that didn't work. What did I do? Oh. There we go. It probably reset the warp mode on me, so I have to reset the warp mode to physics warp. And then we basically, because we time warped instead of physics warping, we weren't just burning faster, we skipped the burn because it can't ignite the engine until it's out of time warp. Okay. Let's refly it. Yep, there we go. Time warp goes on. I love it. Alright, and I just added a couple more lines to the script to turn the time warp off again after the GCRC burns out, because I didn't have it in there. So this one won't do that, but the other ones in the future will. 700's a good burn. Alright. And again, if we look at the map, we're pushing our AP around because we are slightly radial in. But as our AP gets pushed around, we're going to look more and more like we're prograde. And that'll push the AP up. So we're kind of just swinging it around right now. But eventually we will transition to pushing it forward. Or rather, we will transition to more and more forward and less swing as time goes on. And then this is going to wait until it's stable. That takes just a second. See, it does still have some pitch commanded. I might have to tweak how this code works. Yep, and then that pushes the AP to almost exactly where we want it. Wow. Look at that. All right, and we've got a lot more solar panel now. So I think I'm gonna fast forward this again. Up to the 45 days for this contract, and let's see if it is happy with me. So sorry again for what's going to be some horrific flashing. There we go. So we've transmitted... Yeah, EC is perpetual. But we haven't transmitted enough of the cosmic ray science from space high yet. Probably close to it, though. If we open that, we can look. Cosmic ray science. Earth, space high. Oh, we've only transmitted like 0.2 of it. Okay. So it would be nice to have a little bit more altitude, because we'd get more of space high done sooner. But this is a probe that we can just leave in the background, and eventually this contract will be done, and we'll get all the... we'll get all the science from it eventually. But yeah, I'm not sure what the threshold for space high is in real solar system. Kerbal, RSS, Earth, space high. Let's try Googling that. Above Geo. Okay, so it's only if it goes above 35 megameters that we're in space high. And I think that probably means that we want to try to get a little further than this, because we're just spending such a small amount of our orbit in space high. Okay. And we know that our solar panels are over-spec'd. So I think we could afford to bring down the solar panels a little bit. Get more time in space high on each orbit, and we'll be in a better place. And then we can probably call this done and fly it, I hope. Yeah, what's new? We've got... Okay, yeah, this procedural probe core is technically a new tooling. The fairing is a new tooling because it's a different fairing. That's fine. Our tank... Our 2 tanks... And our bigger avionics down here. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Open the fairing. And let's make these down to like 1 meter. And we will once again... their positioning is fine. I don't care. Let's see if this is enough to keep this powered, especially after, you know, a couple months in orbit. We want to make sure that these will degrade, right? And then we can confirm that we are getting more of the science on each pass, and that should help dramatically with this. And if this looks good, then I think we can call this flight ready, and we can lob this one into orbit, and it'll just kind of sit there for a couple of months while we're doing other things, just like other rockets do. And then the next thing we need to design, which I might not get to today. What time is it? 6 o'clock? Okay, I have another hour and a half before I need to wrap up the stream. I know I got started late today, so it's a shorter stream, and I apologize for that. But the next thing we want to start working on is our camera rocket. And I'm going to design that to be pretty much identical to Keyhole 1, KH1. So that's going to be using the early film camera that we have, that module, on top of an Agena. I assume that the film camera is built to the right scale, that it clips on a 1.5 meter part, and then we'll build a Thor Agena vehicle, and we'll see if we can lob that thing into a inclined orbit. I don't think it'll be too hard to do. We just have to make sure that our target orbital parameters work out. Look at that, the time warp worked right. Yeah, there we go. This is a 313 by 100 megameters instead of the 40 megameters. That is a huge difference as far as how much of our orbit is above space high. So let's do our fast forward for like 2 months, and let's see if we complete the contract. Again, lots of flashing. All right, that's 45 days. Power budget is good. We're currently drifting upwards towards space high. That's fine. If we look at how much of the science we have transmitted at 45 days, I'm going to assume, yeah, the video imaging is all done as expected. And cosmic ray science... Okay, yeah, this says we've transmitted about half of it after 46 days. So this contract will be done, it wants 3/4. So another, I don't know, 20 days or so. Let's turn the time warp back up. But we should see it done after about 60 days. .7. Yeah, so it's like 13.8. There we go. Yeah, 70 odd days. That's fine. I'm happy to see that. Yeah, this is the 35786 kilometers is geostationary orbit, by the way. If you're curious about why that's an interesting one. And then Cosmic Ray Satellite beyond LEO. And that would have pushed up a lot of stars there, a lot more rep, which is great. Okay. This is ready to fly for this contract. I'm happy with it. We have the tech for it, so I think we can just send it. So let's... Yeah. Tool the whole thing. Purchase all toolings. Launch. Oh! I need to modify the launch complex for the upgraded... Yep. Rocket. And that's gonna take... how long? It shouldn't take long. 2 days. Yep. Alright. We have to leave this and fast forward those 2 days. But that'll be... I mean, that's effectively a operational Thor Able. When did the first Thor Able fly? The first real Thor Able flew... List of Thor and Delta launches. The first Able was 1958. Okay. April of 58, but that was a Thor DM-18. I think that DM-18A is this uprated version. Yeah, Thor Able 1. It would have been this version, which was end of... okay, summer 58. So we're still a little behind. This is 1958 orbital tech, I guess. We're catching up on the 59 and 60. Oh, I should... researchers... auto hire up to, I don't know. I don't even care. Yeah. Oh, this thinks it'll hit 1,000 researchers by the end of... I don't know if that's true. But the other thing that we want to look at contract-wise... Yeah, this dedicated Earth imaging satellite. What's interesting about this is we have to keep our AP low. Our apoapsis is below 200 kilometers on this. So this is going to be an interesting one to run. And the things that I'm curious about with this... let's warp to complete so we can get the other launch queued up. Sorry. Yeah, Launch Complex 1, done. All right. So the thing that I'm curious about is, can we get... what kind of information about the film camera can we pull out of... there we go. Yeah, unlock. There we go. So if we look at the film camera, science-wise, like, slap this on somewhere. Will you please attach? Surface attach, please? No? Fine. We'll want to look into this and, like, see if we can check how much film is left through kOS so that we know when to deorbit. That's going to be the curious thing that we'll need to understand as part of how kOS interacts with Kerbalism, is figuring out, like, are we out of film, etc., etc. But we are going to have basic avionics and probes done, which means that we will be able to use avionics that can hibernate if we need to do that. So let's start designing this thing. And we'll see how far we get before I need to call it. And then either way, we'll make sure to launch that actual upcoming flight in the next... or maybe I'll save that for the start of next week's stream. Not sure. Okay, so we need this to come off. And actually, instead of starting with this one... Well, no, I do want to start with this one. Let's go to subassemblies. We'll just make this a subassembly so we have it. Thor. And then here, if we open that fairing and take everything, including the fairing. Do we want the fairing? No, we don't want the fairing. We'll just take it from the avionics. Able. Okay. So now that we have those tucked away, let's open the biosatellite return, and let's start turning this into a proper Thor Regina with a camera. So basically everything from, like, here on down goes away. The science, here's the camera. Oh, and you can see that the film bucket kind of tucks inside. That's funny. So we might need to redesign our return capsule. But then we'll put in tank. Should be 1.5. Oh, look, it fits. Excellent. And then that's gonna have... let's see. XLR-81 Agena. There we go. I don't have the Agena equipment rack yet, so I'm going to have to build my... Well... save this as a KH1 for now. Actually, let's grab the Thor. Let's readjust all of this. The top is 1.5. We need a little more extra height. That's too much extra height. There we go. And then, yeah, our return capsule, I mean, kind of needs to be a little bit bigger than this and oriented differently, right? Let's see here. Bye. Yeah, the diameter here is like 1. Okay, that's what I thought. And then if I make you for film bucket, oop, of course, goes this way. And then make this procedural avionics a 1 meter. I'm not sure what the best way to fit all these parts together actually is. That's kind of playing with it. But, you know, looking at our normal collection of solids, oh, and we need to put a parachute in as well. So, yeah, parachute, stack parachute. Down to 1 meter. And then the ring decoupler also up to 1 meter. Yeah, that adds a bunch to the stack. Okay. Wow, that's like almost correctly scaled, isn't it? We could maybe make the avionics a little bit thicker. That actually looks fine. That'll fly. We just need the right, some retro rockets added to it, and it would absolutely fly. I'm not sure that it's going to work correctly unless I make some of these things actually a little bit smaller than 1 meter. Like, I'm concerned about the overall diameter of all of these things. Make this a cone with a top of 1 meter and a bottom of whatever that size is. It's not 8.7. It's close. Maybe it's 8.5. Yeah. And then the ring decoupler would be... I mean, that's fine. That can be a meter, because that's the diameter that fits into this. And then if I wanted to put some retrograde engines on here... that all fired at the same time, that's only 311 meters a second. This adjustable heat shield is very heavy when it's this big. Oh yeah, we want to maximize our sample capacity. We'll do... Okay, we're tech level 1, transmit power, whatever, don't really care. How long will this thing's power last? 15 hours. That's forever. We can do, like, 5 power. Oh, right. Ugh. Ugh. So, yeah, that's about 2 hours of battery. That's plenty for the actual return. The issue is this, we're gonna need a bigger return rocket. I mean, 250 meters a second from a very low orbit actually might be fine, now that I think about it. Okay. And then down here, we need another avionics. This is going to be the Agena avionics. I'm not sure how much mass that's going to need to control. And then below this is just our Thor stage. Okay, so let's get the Agena set up. This is, yeah, the initial config, the Model 117. Yeah, 1959 orbital rocketry is really when we get the real Agenas, the operational ones. This one is a prototype, as always. But what's our rated burn time? 60 seconds. Okay, let's see if we can do this with the prototype Agena. If we have to wait for 1959 orbital rocketry, so be it. Go for the Agena. Rated burn time is there. Alright, that's it. This whole thing weighs 3 tons already. So we'll scale this to like 3.5. And start with like 500. That'll last for... an hour, okay. So we need... Actually, we want to use basic avionics here. Yeah. Because we can hibernate this. That also means we'll want to switch this procedural core up to basic avionics because it's available. So that'll be fine. And that way, this thing, when we look at the power, an hour 50 minutes. But if we shut down avionics, 1 day, 8 hours. Yeah. So that's what we're going to want to do, is we're going to want to shut down the avionics, and then we'll have plenty of battery. We have about 2 hours of active Agena time. We could lower this battery pretty significantly. Hour 49. Oh, didn't actually. There we go. 40 minutes. That should be plenty. right? The burn time of this is only a minute, and then it just needs to be active again to get the get this thing pointed retrograde, basically. Yeah. And then if we throw this on top of... Let's make sure that we have all of our staging correct. Oh, this has its own decoupler already. I don't need this one. Cool. And then, yeah, deploy the parachute and drop the heat shield. So this is about 9,500 meters a second, which is plenty to get us to a target orbit. The problem is that we are going to need to get our apoapsis way down. Did I take the contract? I didn't. Okay. But we need our apoapsis to be like below 200. So we're going to be doing a lot of adjusting the apoapsis, trying to bring it down. Because this is going to be, you know, getting itself out of the atmosphere with an AP that's significant. Well, we'll see what it looks like when we sim it. And then this, we take this part off. We can go ahead and do the parachute editor. I think we can just do silk for this one. 0 spares, wanted velocity 9 with 2 chutes. Down here again, 9, 2 chutes, silk. So that should be identical. Yeah, and that'll get our parachute a lot lighter, which should mean that overall the film bucket return looks closer to 500 meters a second of return delta V, which is great. Okay. Well, there we are. That is a Corona / KH-1. We've got about 90, actually close to 10,000 meters a second of delta V, which is plenty to get it into its target orbit. Well, maybe. It does need to be at an inclination. So let's grab the contract so we can test things, and let's start writing our script for this. Yeah, dedicated Earth imaging. So yeah, our apoapsis has to be below 200,000 kilometers, and the inclination has to be between 70 and 100 degrees. So, what our script is going to do is once the orbit is circularized, it will turn off, well, we're just gonna start with, here, let's go write some code for this. New TurboScript file. We're gonna call this one KH1, And we're going to start with the orbit return script. Because there's a bunch. So we're not going to have the kick stage. So we don't need to do any of this. We don't need to do this skip a day for science collection. We want to do that. Warp into AP for deorbit. No. Right, and then we'll align for return, deorbit, parachute deploy. Okay, all of this we'll comment out, because we will want that. Okay, so all we're doing is just like the Thor launch, and then right now this is Able launch, and this will need to actually be a Gina launch. Or really, it's like a Gina circularize. Our target altitude needs to be below. I'm gonna set this at like 175. 170, I guess. We're gonna split the difference between we'll use Able launch because I think it'll work with this Agena for now. I'll copy the code out because we'll need to do some things slightly differently for the different engines. But and then I never did figure out this, like, yeah, this'll need to be a little bit different because this is gonna push. I don't know. This'll get to the point where it misbehaves. So maybe we actually don't want this right now. Maybe we just get the Thor up there. And then, nah, we'll burn it. We'll burn it and we'll see what happens. I want it to do something before I start trying to write the new code. And what we also need to do is put some RCS on this Agena. We don't have the equipment rack yet. But if we grab these... I do like the modular landing tank, but no. Spherical tank, radial tank. We're gonna do kind of tucked right in there, except in the right place. Yeah. And then we will want RCS, so we'll grab this. I think we're just going to use these BDB ones again, because I like them. And if we look at our engine, we'll use NOx as always, and we'll fill these with nitrous oxide. Yes. All right. So, like, the Agena, I don't know if the Agena is subject to ullage or not. I don't think it is. So, like, we don't actually need the RCS, and it's why the Agena script is going to be different than the Able script. It doesn't need ullage, it doesn't need some other stuff. But, we'll start with this. Go from there. This should at least be able to fly with that code. Because I guess I could just put the upper stage in orbit. And work on just the upper stage code. But, like, I need to figure out again. I want to be able to watch for when the camera's out of film and stuff like that. So... Oh, this is going to try to stage fairings, isn't it? There we go. Put an empty stage on there to skip the fairings. But yeah, my concern is that this is going to way overloft itself, and we're going to have a hard time bringing it back to, like, where we want it to be AP-wise. Because, yeah, our AP is already way over 200. And for some reason, we're burning in all sorts of directions. Well, that didn't work. All right. Let's make a... Let's check the Thor script. Okay, parameters, heading, target alt, and we're gonna do a target pitch. That way we can, we can say we want to pitch over. Oh, that didn't even have the right script. I'm an idiot. I didn't switch that over to the V2 camera script. Regardless, we'll make ourselves the Aegina stage, though. So we'll make the Aegina file, and we'll start by copying a bunch of stuff out of Able. Let's see, where's Aegina? Or not V2 camera, KH camera, that's what we want. Yeah, this is still running the old orbit return script. So let's flip this over to KH1. There we go. Make sure that our RCS is turned on at the right spot. That's probably also part of what was an issue, is we didn't have control. All right. And then something I need to look at here. I mean, I guess I can leave an empty stage for the bearings. Or... no, because these are also procedural fairings. Oh, but what they're not is... Yeah. Where is it? Payload. Because it's this one, the payload adapter. SSTU hollow ring versus the interstage. SSTU hollow ring dot interstage. Okay. So yeah. What I can do in the script then is if ship parts dubbed dot. How do I do this? Length. Is it count? Enumerable length. Yep. Oh, here we go. If not. There we go. Actually, we can pull all of this in. So yeah, if our SSTU hollow interstage is not empty, and it will be for this rocket, so it shouldn't try to stage it. Beautiful. And then in the Agena code, we're not going to have this burn. Global Agena is Lex. All right. So let's grab this able launch function. Let's come into Agena. So we're going to set the PID. It's going to tilt down. We're going to stage. Set warp mode to physics. Blah, 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 blah. No, I don't like this. We're not going to do any of this. We're gonna get the Thor to put us into an acceptable AP for this contract, and then this is just gonna do like wait until ETA apoapsis is less than like 30 seconds. Lock to prograde. Lock throttle to 1. We'll do ship prograde. Sure. Stage. Wait until is this reasonable? So we drift until we're near the apoapsis, and I can tweak this timing parameter, but notionally the Agena burns for about a minute, so I think that's fine. Oh, RCS on. So we'll wait until it's like this. We lock our steering, wait until steering locked. And then here we do a... where do we import... There we go. Set warp mode to physics. Is that what I want? Universe, time warp. What's the bit called? Yeah. Okay. So this isn't actually circularize. I should call this something else. I'll just call it launch. So, but what this needs is its first stage to have gotten us into an acceptable region for our AP or PE, right? And I added this target pitch parameter here. So what I want to do, looking in KH1, is we can set this now to a 10-degree pitch over instead of a 6-degree pitch over. And we can try to get a lower altitude. And then the Agena after that will do what it needs to do. And then we need to write the rest of the mission-specific code, and then maybe we break some of this stuff from what that I originally wrote for orbit return out into some functions, because we'll probably need, you know, other missions that do return capsules. All right, so the things we're looking for on this. We want to see if that 10-degree pitch over is anywhere near correct for flying this thing. We want to see if the we don't try to stage the fairings, because if we do, we're going to have a bad time. It'll just dump the Agena stage off, and that'll be hilarious. We want to see the Agena stage basically getting up near apoapsis, and then pushing our PE up into that 170 range. Oh, and our target inclination should be like 90. All right, let's sim it. We're a lot of changes to the code this time, but this is like actually the right mission code, so. And then once this has itself in space, we're gonna pull open the terminal, and we're gonna start investigating the camera, because I want to be able to see if we can tell when this thing is out of film. That's the So 10 degrees might have been too aggressive. We are still pushing our AP forward, but only to 100 kilometers. Okay. And if we open our terminal, yeah, it never tried to stay, well, we never went above 100 kilometers, so. Undefined variable name Agena. Oh, I probably didn't require the right file. Okay. So a couple things to fix. One, we want Agena, not able. Two, let's try like 9 degrees instead of 10 degrees. Okay. So this is going to be minor tweaks. Oop, and for some reason our time warp didn't trigger. And we're... What happened? Oh, there they go. Oh, it just took a long time for it to go into a full gravity turn. That shouldn't ever happen. Okay, I know what's wrong there. So let's, I'm just going to comment something out for now, just for testing, and we'll see how we look. The Thor stage, not only does it wait until it hits a certain threshold of, like, velocity and altitude, it also specifically waits until steering is considered locked. And for whatever reason, at that 9-degree pitch, it was never completely convinced that, like, it was stable. But I don't think that that's what we want to do. I think we should just switch here. And the other thing I could do is, we don't have to go all the way up into a 90-degree inclination for this contract. Between 70 and 100. So I could set our inclination to like 75 and save a little bit of potential heartache. $140, $150. Cool, close to 175, which is actually what I want. Oh, and this doesn't time warp, does it? Until it's close to AP to turn on its... Okay. Yes, let's do that. Just gonna add that code. Wait. Let's see, warp to times seconds plus ETA apoapsis minus. All right. Oh, we're still drifting here. Yeah, let's, and this will drift until it thinks it's 45 seconds away, and then it'll try to lock the steering to horizontal. Yep. And then at 30 seconds... maybe not at 30 seconds. Oh no, it just waits until steering is locked. Okay. I probably shouldn't do a wait until steering locked there. I should just assume that it can do it within 15 seconds and have the wait be until 30 seconds to... Whoa! That pushed our AP up very high. Oh, and our PE never went above our target. Okay. Okay. This is interesting. So what happened... Let's go to the code. So I added this time warp forward. But this just waits until the periapsis goes above our target altitude, which maybe all I want is like ship orbit PE is greater than ship orbit. Just like wait until we're circular, and then we do a wait until ship orbit. Wait, the periapsis will never be bigger than the apoapsis. Brandon. Because what we care about is that the one on the opposite side of the planet, whether that's the AP or the PE, gets up to our target altitude. Okay. I can do that. I think what I want is if is less than our target alt, then we wait until else. Okay, so what this says is if our apoapsis didn't hit, then we burn until our apoapsis goes up, and that might be on the other side of the planet, doesn't matter. If our AP did hit and it's above our target altitude, then we burn until the PE is above that target altitude. Because even if we push orbit, all the way around so that our AP is on the other side, our PE will still cross that threshold at some point. I think this is what I want it to do. And that should be robust against sort of both situations, depending on our AP and PE. So let's revert to launch, and let's see this thing fly. Hopefully getting itself into orbit. And then what I'm going to have to figure out is how to... Okay. Well, one, we need to hibernate the avionics at the right time. I'll have to do that manually for now. Maybe I can't? Where's... I don't want to disable them permanently. Oh, this time our apoapsis went up to like almost 200. Okay, yeah, using Warp 2 here, it kind of decided to only do 2x, which is kind of slow. Oh, and of course the auto time warp is canceled as soon as I speed it up. Alright, I might have to manually mess with that to get it into a happy state. But that's wrong. Well, it almost worked. It didn't quite. It still pushed AP out too far. It also did some weird. It did try to cut off the burn, at least. We might need to set our target AP a little bit lower. So if I go into KH1, and I'm going to set the target AP to like 150, which is very low, but whatever. And then in the Agena, what happened here? We lock steering. We wait until steering locked. Oh, right. I was going to change this. I was going to do wait until ETA apoapsis is less than 30. Instead of waiting until steering is locked, here, we just wait until it's time to start the burn. And this assumes that our burn time is going to be most of the Agena, which I think is fine, at least for our early missions. Yeah, apoapsis below 200,000. Womp womp. But if I look at this, yeah, photography 2 is running. I don't know why this doesn't have hibernation. We'll just disable it. And that should give us enough power for several hours. Interestingly, no. Where's our 8 hours of power with this avionics disabled? All right, well, there's a couple of things wrong then. Let's go back to the VAB and let's figure out what's up with power, because I need to fix that. I thought I had set this as a hibernatable avionics, but I must not have. Agena avionics is... Oh no, it's near Earth. I didn't make it deep space. Deep space. 3.5. Let's take this off. Okay. 16 minutes duration when it's on. 26 minutes when it's off. Okay. But it needs to be like 8 hours. Nine hours when it's off, and then however much when it's on. 5 hours, 21 minutes. Okay. I want a little more buffer than that, but that's pretty much what we need. Let's do like an extra 20%. Just because I'm not sure. I mean, the avionics should only be on for a couple of minutes, but that's still a big chunk of our battery time, right? Yeah. Okay. And then look at that. We're going into a 90-degree orbit, which means we should be able to get every single biome eventually. So all that we need to do is to be able to figure out, one, how the script should hibernate the avionics. And I think the way we do that is by giving this a KOS name tag. Yeah. Avionics Agena. And then if we go in here, let Agena avionics equal ship parts dubbed. Actually, you know what? Oh, that's command. Don't love that. There we go. Power down. No parameters. Local avionics is ship parts dubbed. And then, let's see. I grab a part. I need to get the right module. Ugh. Yeah. Local AV mod is avionics get module of whatever the part module is called. It's the same name given in the module section of part.cfg. Okay, I'm gonna check that in the code because I think that's easier. So if I RG let's see, RO capsules, no. Okay. Realism overhaul. Parts, avionics. There we go. RO tanks, parts probes, ROT probe core.cfg. Let's look at that. Models, module, name equals module RO tank. Name equals module command. Name equals module SAS. Sorry, I know that no one can see what I'm looking at. Okay, yeah, there is a module avionics that is available. Yeah, in RP-1 / avionics.cfg. So that's what I think I want, is module avionics. Okay. And then it'll be like avi mod do event, right? Oh, it'll either be an event or an action. It'll be something like that. We'll test this in the terminal when we get up there, so we won't actually run power down yet. Turn that off. And power down maybe should be part of a Gina launch, is that it just turns itself off when it's done. But I think it's nicer for this script to be able to manage the power, like at the mission level, instead of the Agena assuming you want it turned off. Okay. Let's rerun the sim here. I want to see kind of what we get into as far as orbit goes. It seems like it's a little finicky. Oh. That pitched a little bit sideways. That's weird. Yeah. Why are we so far sideways? Target inclination was 90. We shouldn't have pitched sideways like that. I wonder if the solids burned that different that it gave us a torque. But at any rate, when we're doing our gravity turn, we're not fixing our heading. So we're going to be way off until... Yeah, I gotta do something about this time warp. Ugh. Skipping 2 minutes at just 2x is too slow. But this should turn on RCS. Turn on RCS. Why don't we have control? Oh. That's why. Revert to VAB. I think that I had left the avionics disabled when I was checking the battery power. I didn't even think that that would be a sticky setting when I was there. Let's find that if I can. Command, communication, avionics. How is this back to a near Earth? Deep space, basic, 3.5. Apply, preserve dimensions. Shut down, activate, save. Alright, Twitch wants to run an ad real quick. I'm going to let it do that. Then we'll try to sim this again. And we'll see if we can manage to get this thing closer to a circular orbit. So I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. Howdy, howdy, welcome back. Let's see where we're at with this thing. I tweaked the Aegina script slightly during the break, which should be this. This should keep us pointing more or less. This is the prograde at apoapsis thing, which should stop us from pushing the AP as quite as hard forward when we're, when we're that like 30 seconds away from AP and we're burning horizontally, we're gonna be pushing the AP forward there. So we want to try to do less of that by locking the steering here. I'm also gonna, I think, we go to KH1. Let's tilt like 9.5 degrees. 10 was too much, but 9 is getting us really, really close to that 200 kilometer limit, and we do have a ceiling there. All right, these are deep space avionics. Everything looks good here. Let us sim this. Alright, there we go. Ditch the solids. Pitching over. As always, it is deeply unhappy with roll. I'm never quite sure why. $80, $90, $100, $138. Nope. All right, we do need to be a little less pitched than that. 9.3. Let's try 9.3. Because that 9, like I said, at 9 we were getting up to like 190 something kilometers, and like we'd actually have a pretty, it's a pretty thin window to get ourselves into that, you know, 140 to 200 kilometer range. And you know, minor differences in the performance of the solids are gonna have us, you know, potentially over or underperforming. The reality is we're going to have to launch a bunch of these to get all the science that they can get, and I think realistically it makes sense to, you know, maybe err on the side of where we're going to hit that 200 if we overperform at launch. But as long as we, you know, fly more than one, we'll still get science if we overperform, we just won't get the contract, right? But yeah, here we go. We hit 147 here. And this is going to time warp itself forward. Again, it's only going up to 2x. I wish it was more aggressive with that. I might manually control the time warp here. I think we can do a 4x until, you know, 45 seconds, whatever. There we go. We're aligned. And we burn. Yeah, there we go. That's keeping the AP very stable, which is what we want to see. Why is our PE only at 123? Oh, I see. Because we pushed up our AP on this side. Let's go back to the code. So this says, yeah, our apoapsis started low. How about and ship orbit? I mean, is that really what I need to do just in general? Is just wait until both are done and don't even bother with this trying to... How about this? But while we're in space here, I think what I can also do is open terminal. So we want ship parts dubbed. Nope. What is the name tag then? I thought I named you... Oh, it's Avionics Agena, because I'm an awful, awful person. Yeah. And of course, it doesn't have a module avionics, despite what I thought it would be. Whoops. Of course, once again, it's this awful... Yeah. Oh, and I've lost signal. Ugh! Maybe it's module command is what I want. But of course I have no signal here. And now this probe is slowly drifting back into Earth's atmosphere, which means I may not actually ever get another signal. All right, let's revert to launch, see what we can get here. Ugh. And I'm going to have to wrap up very shortly, so I wanted to at least get this thing, like, into its target orbit, but so we're going up at AP is 35, 50. I think we're going to be fine. We're going to hit whatever our target AP needs to be here. Yeah, all the way up to 160 this time. Which is fine. That still gives us plenty of breathing room on the circularization burn. All right. And burn. $208. Man, that is hard. Like, we're set at a 150 as our threshold when we're supposed to turn off. Maybe we shouldn't be time warping. Let's check the Agena code. Does it time warp during that? It does. Okay. So we're not going to time warp, because that's going to make this a lot more difficult to hit our target there. And then we are going to time warp, though. Instead of this warp 2, let's set warp mode to physics, set warp to 3, wait until ETA apoapsis is less than 45, then we settle, we aim, and we burn. Okay. Let's fly that. And again, because this is a pure gravity turn trajectory, the performance of the boosters has a big impact on our overall altitude. As long as we're always over 140 and well below 200, I think we're going to be okay. But, like, this is going to be a high one. Yeah, 165. Yeah, now we're time warping until... until 45 seconds to apoapsis. Yep. We will align prograde. We will slightly overshoot. There we go. So yeah, as long as we can keep from overburning and pushing the AP above 200, I think we're okay. But yeah, hopefully just not being time warped means that we'll have the precision to stop this burn where it needs to be. Look at that. All right. So this is the end of the program now. So let's hibernate our... Well, let's open a terminal. So this will be ship parts dubbed avionics Agena. Get module of module. Set mod 2. What? Is our script still running? Agena launch. No. Set mod 2. What is it called? Module command. Nope. Oh, because mod is a function. Never mind. Nope. Oh, yeah. There we go. Cool. So AVI... print AVI all events. AVI... Oh, it's an action. Okay. So that is... What do I want to be looking at here? It'll be do action... Oh, and we've lost signal. But that'll be, I think, what it looks like. Okay. So it's not module avionics, it's module command. Yeah, module command. And it's going to be do action. Ah, there we go. Nope. How do I know if you're on or not? Duration is 10 hours. Okay. And then if I do action again, does that actually toggle it? 6 hours. $10. Okay. So that's a problem, because I don't know if it's enabled or not. Yeah, there's this command state hibernating, but I don't know how to read that from kOS. Command state, comm signal. Okay, yeah. So that's... No, signal lost again. And that's just what happens when we're this close to the Earth. Yeah, hibernating. Okay. But... What? Oh, I double tapped my dash. Alright. How do you print P, get module, module avionics? No such module. There's the module command, which is fine. And then I don't know what other module, like, oh, there's a module procedural avionics. That's probably what I want. There we go. Yeah, and then we have two actions. One is shut down avionics, and one is activate avionics. Okay. So that's what we want. Let's head back over here. So I don't want module command. I want module procedural avionics. And then... and... copy... and the other one is called Activate Avionics. Okay. So power down and power up we should be able to do from code now. The other thing we need to do is figure out how to query this camera, which is running, and it says it's running. And I may just need to, like... Yeah, okay. So let's skip ahead a few hours. I don't know if 8 hours is enough to actually run me out of film. Chatterer, go away. Alright, let's... Alright, 8 hours. Photography is waiting because we're over a biome we've done. Okay. That's not helpful. Let's skip ahead in our orbit. Try to find when we're not above water. Maybe we just don't even worry about that, like hitting our limit for how much film there is. Because I'm not sure that we will in an 8-hour flight. Oh, this has lots of duration left, though. Because the The camera would have turned off. Yeah, that makes sense. The camera would have turned off when we were not actually filming things. So... let's get up here again. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Depleted. That's what we want to wait for, is when we see depleted. Okay. So let's do set camera to ship parts dubbed. What's the KOS name tag on this? RO-basic film camera. Camera. There we go. Yeah, it's probably the experiment module that we need to get. Camera. Set experiment to camera, get module of experiment. Print experiment : all fields. Okay, so all events. Yeah, okay. Because it shows the information in an event, so it needs to be like... Let's head over to the script. Oh, whoops, I just realized I was on the code the whole time. Sorry about that. KH1. Okay. So we power down, and then we're gonna local cam is ship parts dubbed. RO, what's it called again? I can't change the name tag if we're not in connection. There we go. Change name tag. RO-basic film camera. Only gonna be one. Get module of experiment. Okay. So that's gonna be our part module. And then... list find... No. I want a way to get the... Can I trust that that will always be event 0? I probably can. Let's do, what was I doing our loop? It was just like a until, okay. Yeah, so if I do like until false, so this will loop forever. We'll need to break. That's fine. Actually, can I get just the... Okay. Let's do... flow control for loop. Okay. For mod in cam get all, no. For event in cam all events. The one I care about is it needs to contain the string photography 2. Oh, but shoot. If it's over a biome where it can't... where it's already run... and I can hit forced run, and now it'll say depleted. But here it says waiting. So if all of the science is done, it will always say waiting. Oh, that is awful. But that's okay. Because we'll make sure that our condition handles like our battery time as well as... We just have to find the event. We want... let's see. Is there like a string contains? Numerable contains? Oh, that just contains item. That's not what I want. Yeah, string contains. If we go back to... all events, get a list of the names... Okay. No, we're gonna have to do this in a loop, unfortunately. So yeah, we'll get the camera. We'll until false. We go through all the events. If EVT contains depleted brick. That's it. I think that's all we need. Now the other condition is we need to check if our like battery level is below some threshold. So let's look back at part... yeah, we can get the resources out of the... yeah. List of the resources in this part. Amount, density, capacity, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, if Agena, low power, we break. Otherwise, we check the camera. Wait 0. So until we're low power or we're depleted, we just do the thing. And it'll just keep running. As far as like low power goes, all right. So low power is going to be like this. And then for res in avionics resources, if res... Actually, let's look in KSP here. Ship parts dubbed avionics Agena 0 resources. Okay, yeah, there's only the one, so that's easy. And then it's at, I assume, 2923 out of 6,000, but we will... local power is avionics resources at 0 if power amount out of power capacity is less than 10%. There we go. Actually, we can just do this. Return power amount. There we go. So if we're like less than 10%, we'll call that power low. I don't know if 10% is really the right number there, but whatever. Yeah. So we set warp mode. Let's go to our KH1 script. What is our warp for skipping ahead at like a reasonable pace for hours? 4. I think I'm going to set warp to 4. All right. And then the camera is blah, 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 blah. We wait until we're low power or the film is depleted. And then we do this. We power up the Agena. RCS on, lock steering, we warp, then we deorbit, and then we stage the parachute. Okay. So this should be the whole, This automatic warp here is going to be real annoying for a while, but that's just what it is. Otherwise, yeah, we get to AP, we burn retro, and... Oh, I need to transfer the... Yeah, let's find that. Ship, root part, get module, transfer data here. We need this here. Okay. I don't know. This is probably going to have bugs, but it should be pretty much the whole mission that we need for film camera return. So let's fly back to launch. And I fully expect for the script to bonk at least once as we're going through this, so... Oh shoot, it is 8 o'clock. Okay. We're gonna fly this launch. It's probably gonna bonk. We'll have some bugs to fix next week, but I need to... Oh, well... Engine shut off due to propellants floating. I don't think that's why it shut off. I need to maybe make those decouplers a little beefier, since they seem to like to hit my engines. Right. Yeah, 157 is beautiful. Yeah, and this just warps at 4x because it's physics warp. Not a lot we can do about that, unfortunately. And then when this hits, I think, 45 seconds to apoapsis, it will, yeah, go back to 1x, align itself. And we bumped. That doesn't surprise me. Let's see what it says. The issue was... Agena power down. Oh, because it's Avionics Agena, not Agena Avionics. Because, again, I'm a terrible, terrible person. Alright. We're going to go back to vehicle assembly, and I'm going to rename that to Agena Avionics instead of Avionics Agena. And then we're going to wrap up here because I have things to do tonight and it's already after 8. I completely lost track of time. So thanks very much, everyone who's tuned in. And as always, thanks also to the people that watch these on YouTube. If you're on YouTube and you want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the doodly-doo. Or if you would like to do anything to feed the algorithm, that does really help boost the visibility for small channels like mine. So yeah, thanks again, everybody, and I will see y'all in the next one.